Hey, afternoon everybody. How are we all doing? How are we all doing? Oh dear, bit of a rush today. Haven't had a chance to do anything today. It's been mental. But I haven't done a lot all week. It's been a mad week. A mad week. So how are we all doing? We've got hang on, who we got in? Everything has changed. We've got Aaron in. Hi Aaron. Bretsky, hi Brett. Chris Milky. Well, this is Chris's radio. So we've got to be careful. He'll tell me off if I break something. Afternoon, Derek. Coop Zone. Matamble, morning. Afternoon, morning. Timothy, hi Timothy. The weird heart thing is showing up. Weird heart thing? Not sure what you mean there. Hi Luigi. Dave Tipton. Hi David, how are you? Yeah. I've been away for a couple of days actually. Didn't come back till yesterday late afternoon, so been down to see brother. Mick begin. Hi Mick. Safer voltages, yeah. Yeah, back in the comfort zone ish. Simon, how you doing, Simon? Rob Tiverage, hi Rob. Yeah, it's same here, Rob. It's sort of overcast, but originally we were going to have lots of thunder and that today, but then the forecast has changed, but it does look like something could happen out there. Thomas Kitts, hi Thomas, how are you? And Susie. Bit hazy from the Canadian fires. Wow. Hi Jess, how are you mate? Hi Christoph. Benji's in. Hi Benji. Mike Cass. Mac Vision. Man Cave, there he is. A spare hour. You're so busy, Sean. Murat. Afternoon from Turkey, and thank you very much. Cyberflyer. Cyber's in. Shortly rebooting the tally. For some reason, Alexa drops the volume when you're watching TV. It's a bit rude of her, isn't it? A floating animated heart emoji in the lower right-hand corner of the chats appeared. Bizarre. There is a new thing on the chat now. I've got live chat, top chat, and fan funding. So I think if I click that, it only allows channel members super chats and super stickers through. Let's try that a minute. Yeah, that's totally cleared all my chat. Oops, let's get that back to the live chat then. Yeah, okay. You would never have Alexa. Joe Fanach, how are you, mate? San Francisco, very nice. Got some different parts of the world in today, by the looks of it. We've got David down in Oz. We've got Murat over in Turkey. We've got Matamble. No, Matamble, you're over in the States as well, I believe, aren't you? I've confused as to who's where now. We know Jess is down in Cornwall. Yeah, we got multinational today. Multi, how are you? Russie, hi Russ. Good stuff, Joe. Good to have you on board, mate. Just south of Denver in Colorado. Ideal. You've certainly got people from all over the world watching today, which is always nice. So I've got a little bit of a surprise in. I mean, Aaron's in Penzance, Cornwall as well. Okay. I've got a radio that's in from Chris, all the way from the US of A. And I can't find a lot of info on this, to be fair. If anybody's got any service info or schematic on this, it would be appreciated. I don't think. I did look on Radio Museum just now, just before I was about to come on, so I couldn't really hang about too long on there. But I need to log in really just to see if there's any schematics on there. So it's an interesting radio, this. Let's see if I can log into Radio Museum. And it is a general P991A. Now, is there any schematics on here? No, there's not, I don't think. No, all we've got on Radio Museum is a picture. That's all we've got, so what do we know about it? It says it's 1970. I wonder if it's one of these generic radios that came in different cases, because it does look fairly familiar. I don't know if you can all see that. It's a bit small, isn't it, for some reason? So on radiomuseum.org, it looks like I need to download some more info to them because they're telling me off. 2 shortwave bands then, 1.8 to 5.1 and 6 to 18 megs. Full FM band, long wave, medium wave. 3 antennas and fine tuning. That's pretty much all the info I can get. So if anyone else got any other info, then you'll have to let me know. But here is the victim. Lighting's a bit strange today. Let's just get that over that way a bit more. It doesn't like it because it's got a silver grill, which is blowing the camera out a little bit. The P990, is that a similar one, is it? John Hurd, hi John. Dave, aka Stu, how you doing, mate? Dave, aka Stu. How's Maddie and Coco dealing with the heat? They're struggling, Sean, to be fair, but it doesn't stop them wanting to go out for a walk, but unfortunately, not really been able to take them. Just letting them out in the field and... well, saying that, no, Mrs. Cruncher's been getting up early in the mornings and taking them out as well. So they have been going out, but it's early morning before it gets up to about 20 degrees. Shows up when you're not logged into your account. Strange. 1997 was your senior year of high school. Could be some dates inside, Sean. Michael, hi. Hi, Michael. No worries, Murat. Good to have you on board, mate, anyway. Even if you don't understand what I'm saying, it's nice to have a look inside some of these things, isn't it? It's good of you to pop in and say hello, though. So, yeah, we don't really know a lot about it. What can we say? I mean, it's an interesting looking radio. It's sort of fairly solid. I don't know if this is leather cloth or leather itself. I think it's leather cloth. It looks like a sort of vinyl material. Very sort of similar to the Japanese radios of this era. So I assume this is probably made in Japan for General Electric, is it? So what we got here? We got tone volume. Oh, hang on, so I take it that's volume. I don't know why we've got FM down here, and that's, yeah, I'm not sure. We've got AFC, or maybe it's this button is AFC, and cool, that won't turn on, that won't go anywhere, that switch. Yeah, unusual. It says FM AFC there, unless... No, not really sure about that. And that must be... One of those is volume and one is tone. Not sure which. So, and we got fine tuning as well. Dial cord is working. We've got a funny sort of mottling. It's almost like a chemical has been spilt on the dial there. I don't know if you can see that. Gavin, how you doing, mate? Yeah, it's like almost like a chemical's been spilt here. It is on the outside, so maybe we can polish that off. Certainly won't be able to touch the other side where the screen printing is, because that'll come right off. Spot on the face for the band switch. Oh, you mean in the right smack bang in the center of the yeah. So, you know, our band switch is there. We've got these two switches there. We've got a switch and a button. Now that says light, spelled L-I-T-E. And this one, I don't really want to force that because it does feel absolutely jammed. Okay. So an interesting radio. But we need to see if we can get the thing working, don't we? I don't know, is this actually working, Chris, or is it a bit poorly? Robert Head, hi Robert, how are you, mate? Gavin's in, hi Gavin. Your neighbour's racing pigeons are circling you on their daily exercise. Get your hat on then, Gavin. Afternoon, Derek. It is a bit warm. My fan is downstairs in the lounge at the moment, so I've not got a fan on even in here at the moment. So, trying to see if I can unblow that camera a bit. Right, okay. So that's the front of the radio, and notice we've got FM antenna. That says FM antenna. This says shortwave antenna. Well, we've got a shortwave antenna, but we have no FM antenna unless it's falling down inside, perhaps. I don't know. And round the back, interesting little sort of flap thing going on here. I mean, I've unpopped it because I wanted to find out the model number, which is down the bottom here on this little label, saying it's a P991A. We've got an American, I take it it's a USA plug. So it's a battery spring that it's hooked up on. What's going on there then? Yeah, that's hooked up on the battery spring. Got it. There we are. So it must have a mains transformer, well, not a mains transformer, but I think, what is it? Is it 150 in the US, or 115? 115 volts? Or 105 to 120 apparently. 60 cycles. Or 6 D flashlight batteries. Okay, so it's 9 volts. So we won't be using this, unfortunately, but I can test this because I have got an AC to AC converter up there, which outputs 110 volts. So we can certainly power it up with that after we've tested it. So we've got a switch on the back here. Again, I'm really not sure what that does. Okay, got a little label there that says that's AC battery. So battery that way, AC that way, so we want it in that position. And we got external aerial wire connectors, which is good. I assume that's for, oh hang on, we've got FM ground and shortwave, so we've got FM and shortwave we can hook up to that. That's good. It looks like there's a little battery retainer that maybe did something once upon a time. Or is that just a little strip to pull the batteries out when you're finished? Okay, so we got. Let's just catch up with the chat then. I'm lagging behind already. Look. So Chris is saying it sounded distorted when you tried it. Did you try it on mains or the batteries, Chris? Theo's in. Hi, Theo. Mid-30s heat next week. Oh dear, oh dear. It did hit 30 here this week, I must admit. Afternoon, Rich. How are you, mate? Looking forward to it. Andy Beck. Hi, Andy. It is heavy, Sean, actually. It is heavy. I don't really want to lift it by the strap because there's a crack right the way across the leather cloth, but it is pretty lumpy, yeah. Certainly is. 125 volts over there, Chris, is it? Dim bulb. Anthony, afternoon, Anthony. Watching the touring cars. Try it on mains, Chris. All right. Well, I mean, it could be a problem with the main side of it, I suppose. Let's have a look at this other one then. So, Rich. Hi, Rich. The secret engineer. There's a schematic on the Radio Museum for the P990A. And then, thank you, Theo. I need a fan as well. I'll tell you what I could do as well, implement evaporative cooler things. Hi, Sandra. How are you? You hope Ben's not falling off the roof. He's out on the roof, is he? So Aaron was telling me, is this the 990 or the 991, Aaron? Or this radio has 3 antennas. Yeah, it'll be these two, and there'll be probably a ferrite rod inside for medium wave, I expect. Let's try the 990. Let's try the 990. Okay. P990. No. P990A. Okay, maybe I'm not searching right here. I can't get it to come up. Let's just see what everyone's put in a minute. 3 DINS transistors on the daughter board. Yeah, you're welcome, Murat. Well, we think 1970, really. Set up some computer fans in the studio. Yeah, I did have some. Thanks. Oh, thanks, Rich. Let's click on that then. Oh, so 990. Oh, I put in 990A, but I didn't put the little dash in. Okay, so let's go back to my screen again then. Well, that looks very similar, doesn't it? What's the difference then? Is it different bands maybe on it? Aviation? No, that's the same, that's the same, that's the same. Broadcast, shortwave, 50, 60 meters, that's the same. 16 meters, 108. Well, can't really see any difference there. That looks identical. Ah, so it's got one of those like sort of ball socket aerials, look. And it looks like we have got a schematic. So let's have a look at the, has it got a title page? That's title. Let's see if a title page gives us anything. It might be that they're the same radio but slightly different in some way. Photo fact. Wow, I love these manuals. With circuit trace as well. Look at the quirky angle of those transformers, or inductors. Huh. So, has it got any other information on here? General Electric, for current address. Well, this is 1965, look. Copyright 1965, so that's dating it earlier than 1970, obviously. Because if this was printed in 65, it had to be out around then, unless the 991 is a later model. What did they give it as date-wise on here? 64 to 66. Yeah. Interesting. Okay, so we've got a schematic. Let's have a look. So AM going through that way by the looks of it. AM oscillator. FM going through here. This is maybe the one that Chris is on about, the IF module, TR1 and TR2. So that's this thing here, isn't it? See note 3. So maybe that is the one you mean, Chris. That's got two transistors in it, TR1, TR2. No, I think what's going on here. And these are these whiskery old things that I bet, aren't they? I don't think the UK was the only people that suffered with tin whiskers. I believe some of these American ones do, according to Mr. Shango. Transformers, coils, resistors, capacitors. It's always the same. The one that you want is not there normally. Let's just bear with me. Let's see if we can get parts list number 3 up. Hopefully that'll have the transistors in it. No. So I take it we've probably got the transistors on the very first one, have we? Yeah, there we are. Just me failing to pay attention, isn't it? Strange because we've got we've got a separate. We must have a separate AM and FM IF then, because it looks like it's using separate transistors for AM and FM. So maybe it's the where's my schematic gone again? Maybe it's this audio module that's the issue. And this is going to have some dodgy caps in here, I'm sure. Right, okay. That's useful, very useful info. Let's catch back up with the chat again a minute. Oh, it's the audio board that's the issue. 15, 16, and 17, okay. Is that Ben? Ben's in. Welcome, Ben. You're back off the roof. Default user ID. Welcome. eBay has a General Electric 991 listed as working for $280. Whoa. So yeah, thanks for popping that link in there, Rich. So if anyone wants to click on that and follow along, or tell me how it's done. Tea with milk? You've got to have milk in tea. Harvey, how you doing, mate? In and out. Like a fiddler's elbow. Right, I need a beer. Because I am got a dry mouth today. Too much festivities over at Bruv's over the last couple of days. So I'm going in with a Guinness Zero. Now, the only reason for this is because this is nice and cold. You can see it's been in the fridge. It's got a nice bit of condensation on it. Look. Oh, oh, oh. Semi-skimmed really for tea, but it depends. If it's one of those fruit tea things or something like that, then you wouldn't put nothing with it. But for normal tea, I actually enjoy a bit of Earl Grey, to be fair, and that some people drink that without milk, but you've got to have milk in it. Yeah, PhotoFat, they are amazing. I wonder if anyone's selling the actual PhotoFat for this radio. Because I mean, if there's a PhotoFat for the 990, I'm sure there's one for the 991 as well, whatever the difference is. I still haven't got a clue what the difference is yet. Anyway, cheers everybody. What's Sean on about? What's he on about? Full skimmed is awful. Oh, the skimmed, yeah. Right, we need to have a look inside this thing, I think, because I'm going to need to hook it up to the power supply. I'm not going to risk plugging it into the mains. I'm really not keen on that cable there anyway. So it looks like there's just a couple screws there. Maybe those two there as well, or are they holding... No, that's holding the battery holder on. It's a very unusual looking radio. It's very similar to the those Bush ones that I've done a lot of. VTR 178. Let's see. Let's undo some stuff and see what happens, shall we? Proper job, nice. I've got an Abbott in the wings waiting, and if I get really stuck, I've got a couple lefts down in the fridge. Or Leffe. I don't know how you pronounce it now. No, let's stop moving yet. Let's undo this one as well. And that one. Boing. So maybe we've got to take these out. It's two random screws in the back there. You've never got beer listed in my repair kit. It is. It's compulsory. Doesn't appear to do it. It looks like there's one missing from there. Okay, so if we need to go back to Sam's, I think, and ask Uncle Sam's how to get the back off this thing. Let's take all the screws out. Oh, that's the only difference, Chris, is it? One's got a mains transformer and the other one hasn't. Oh, thanks for that. I thought there was something. Had to be something. It's pronounced Leffa. 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 Really? Oh, God knows what will be in here. It could be a squirrel or something. It doesn't appear that anything's really holding it in. Let's take all the screws out. I'm sure we'll find out the hard way. I haven't had much chance to watch any videos recently either, so I know Mr. Man Cave's got some videos out, and Mr. David Tipton has also got a new video out that I haven't had time to watch yet, so I should be catching up with those at some stage this week, hopefully. Oh, hang on. Something's moving. I was just undoing stuff. Ah. Hello. This is... What's going on here? That surely isn't supposed to be down there, or was that screwed? That was screwed on there, I bet. Was it or wasn't it? I don't know. It was screwed on somewhere. We've got a wire off here from somewhere. A couple of these cable nut things. Should be able to rest it down on its front here. Okay, we've got a bit of FM aerial left. Not a lot. That's screwed like that, maybe. That's random, isn't it? Yeah. Oh. We've certainly got a wire off anyway. Let's we used a jam. Let's just stick a screwdriver in there for a minute, just to keep that open. Let's get you in a bit closer. Have a look. So, I mean, that is the mains. That's the mains transformer. Look at the state of that. Someone say it's a big transformer in these. That's the mains transformer. Let's assume this wire is broken off of there somewhere. Well, I'm assuming we'll have a picture of that in the schematic. I mean, that's a bit of a jaunty angle, that transformer as well, isn't it? That's not looking good. Now, this may have been damaged in the post. Let's have a look here. Yeah, that transformer is not looking very healthy at all. Let's see, input. Got one output there, so we must have a separate ground, which is one of these two. Looks like that one's the ground, and the yellow is the positive. It goes up to this switch here, which switches between the battery and the mains, doesn't it? So in battery, this one's enabled, so that one comes out of there. Yeah, so that's definitely the positive there, which should be connected to this somewhere. But that transformer's not looking nice. It's really rusty. Crispy. Crispy transformer. Right, let's have a look. That was correctly pronounced. Was it, Christoph? Leffer. Leffer. Could be money, yes. Knocks you sideways, Gavin. I'll have to sandwich in the back of the TV. Dear, oh dear. Streaky bacon. Oh, beat up suitcase. It's very tiny, isn't it? Yeah, selenium rectifier as well, as you can see. Baked. It's baked, yeah. I definitely think a transformer's got to go. This week I've got some Abbott on the go, but this one is Guinness Zero, which has got to be one of the best alcohol-free drinks out there, David. If you like Guinness, you'll like this. So yeah, if you're on a night out and you've got to drive, this is the stuff to be on. It is absolutely brilliant. It's even got the same consistency as Guinness. Don't bits drop off. Lepers, that is. Oh yeah, did I, David? I've got a bit of Abbott here, and I've got some Leffer as well to come. It's good stuff. Selenium rectifiers ming when they burn out. Yeah. So that power supply is had it, hasn't it, really? I say that, I mean, it might be all right. It's really rusty. Board's actually broken as well. Got a broke board. Guinness is not the same over there. Okay. You had Tetley 00. It's too hot. Too hot, Theo. I don't think it is, Timothy, no, but you never know, it might be. Yeah, I mean, I suppose we can get a 110, little tiny 110 transformer over here and rebuild this. Take this selenium out and put some diodes in it. We could do all sorts of things, but the safest bet, really, because I don't really want to be messing with rebuilding mains power supplies. The sensible thing would be to just ignore it altogether, cut it out, and just leave it running on batteries. Because I mean, the board is broken as well. The board is cracked right across here in the corner. I don't know if you can see that or not, but you probably can if I put it that way, right? You can see there's a break. So that corner of the board is broken right across there. You know, it's a hangover, Dave. I'll tell you, I had a massive one yesterday. Massive hangover. Lasted all day. Yeah, I'm of the opinion that that transformer has had it. It's rusted. So I think, personally, we're going to probably end up having to take that out. I mean, it doesn't look difficult to remove. That's our incoming. That's our outgoing. But then there's a switch that switches this out anyway, so just a case. I think that's going to have to come out for now. Don't really want to leave it hanging around in here while I'm trying to power the radio up either. So what I'm going to do is, just so as we know exactly what wire went where, I'm going to snip those two off up here. I'm going to snip that one off down there. And there he is. Gone. How's that? That's fixed that problem. That's fixed that, because end of the day, that's just switching to nothing now. That was just a ground, which is common to that ground. So we should now, in theory... well, there's a couple of screws underneath as well. So let's take those off. Let's take them all off, look, because there's a couple under here as well. We can get some power on it then. I'll get that battery pack out of the way, because we don't really want that in there. You get it on tap, but it isn't as nice. Hi Paul, how are you? Okay. So that's our positive and negative. We know it's 9 volts. Easy enough to sort out. Well, we've got some very strange little boards. Well, we've got lots of weird and wonderful boards in here. What an unusual radio. And it looks like it's been absolutely smothered in flux or something. God knows what's going on in here. Let's have a look inside. Got to be careful with this because there's a ferrite in there. I don't want to put this against the ferrite because it'll break it. Time to crack out the overhead camera for a bit of a look. Right, we're in the guts of it. You've had plenty over here, David. Okay, what have we got then? What have we got here? Let's get some light in to the situation. Bravest man who works on old G.E.C boards. This is not looking nice at all. That's getting a bit of glare there. That's the only problem. I can see better, but you can't. So we've got these two weird and wonderful little tiny boards in here. I don't know where you're going to be able to see that, but you've got this one here, which is everything's greasy in here. It's like someone's hit it with a can of WD or something. So looking at this, that's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 transistors on. So this is the audio board. Bizarre. So it's like a daughter board that's sort of shoehorned onto the other board. Doing a bit closer. I'm going to be able to see it a bit better. And it's got like a heat sink that's held in place by this plastic tube. Very bizarre. This is going to be a nightmare to work on, Chris. Thank you for this. Oh dear. I mean, in between, you can see the edge of the other board. So this must be the IF board here, and this is the audio board. But why have they done that in such a big radio? So I can see a lot of screws. But I think we ought to fire it up, don't you? I think we ought to fire the thing up. Let's get some power on and see what happens. See if any smoke jumps out of it. So we've got another transformer down in that corner, but that'll be the audio transformer in underneath the AM aerial. The FM area is looking a bit sorry for itself. What else have we got to look at in there? I mean, there's nothing. It all looks bad. I'm going to say that doesn't look like I can't see anything wrong, but it all looks wrong. I assume that the troublesome transistors are probably these larger. There's a General Electric, and that looks like a Texas Instruments. Those two there are probably the ones that are likely to have whiskers. God, it's going to be a nightmare, this one. Right, okay. Yeah, all good fun. All good fun, isn't it? I will power it up, David, before you go, mate. You keep dipping out by a few minutes, so let's get it powered up before David's got to shoot. Gotta find me power lead. Should we use this one? Yeah, this might be a bit easier to use actually. So we've got 9 volts. Let's current limit this one right down. So that's our negative there. Positive. It's in various places, but we'll go with there if we can get to hook on. That's there, and the ground's got to come into the board here somewhere now. We should be able to hook onto any of the grounds, although I'm not sure, it could be floating or anything, God only knows. I better connect it back up to the battery tag. It doesn't like to stay on the battery tag. Right, we're in. So let's put some power on it. Definitely in the right switch there. Battery position. So we're in FM at the moment, we've got no aerial. See if I can find something to clip on as an aerial. Cool. It's working. I'm amazed. It's distorted, but
his music, you've listened to it all your life, it's just like, oh, it was amazing. Got a lot of hellos, so thank you. Also, especially hi to
to mind impaired and with a different, often unreachable personality. He can understand the talking pig in the backyard, and he is drawn to the water, particularly to the ocean, yearning for its depth and a different way of being. Fish, in some ways, is Winton's way of expressing something absent, something outside the reach of the white Australian world.
Yeah, I guess in a way one could look at fish as a stand-in a way, attempting to articulate that space we've been talking about, or that perspective. Here we get the spirit and the heart of things.
And next, at the Southwark Playhouse, Alice Fern stars as Alex Shaw. We follow her journey over 20 years as she gathers the
Scratchy tuning cap as well.
And asks if she'll ever be more than...
Attempting to understand something long kept out of reach. Kim Scott is keen to acknowledge this. Indeed, it reflects his own passion for cultural recovery work. Kim founded the Wiluminuna Language and Stories project to reconnect historical archives, community elders and descendants to put local communities in touch with their own stories. I think Cloud Street is attempting to do something.
Cheers,
It takes them more.
Cheers, David. He picks up Australia. He picks up the cricket in Australia. Default user. Oh, G.E. radios are like GM cars in the States. They run badly, well, others won't run at all. Yeah, I clipped out the transformer can of beer. We got it right, David. It did work. Well, we're working on FM anyway. Let's see if it works on anything else. He says as it's just stopped working.
The need and the desire to do that.
Lynn McCredden.
It's still important to say.
Very dirty band switch as well. Where are we? Long wave. Yeah, we're right. Channel 4.
The one that I've ever witnessed is Stuart Broad at Nottingham in 2015, and I saw I've been lucky enough
That works. Let's try medium wave a minute. Sound like something fell off then, inside. It's picking up all the computer noise and everything in here, unfortunately. Okay, well, it appears to be working on AM and FM. Well, medium wave, long wave, and FM. So we've got to try shortwave, haven't we? Let me grab the long wire a minute. Let's grab the old long wire across. See if we can hook this up to it. So this is my ATU. Ben and Sandra, thank you very much. We'll go with that one. Thanks, Ben and Sandra. So I'm actually quite pleased that that worked. So I'm not surprised, Chris, if you tried it on that mains transformer and it wasn't working very well. Yeah, no surprise there, really. Being the state of the poor thing. Right, let's see if I can connect this up. Let me have a look. So shortwave is that one and ground is that one. So I'm just going to connect my long wire antenna into the terminals on the back here and we'll see if we can get some shortwave action going. Don't know where our Mr. Robert Cross is today. He was busy bugging the hell out of me earlier for some bizarre reason, but he's got problems with his internet by the sound of it. Got to get these wires in the right way round on these, haven't you? Otherwise, when you do them up, they undo and all of that. I'm making a piece here. Is this blimmin' back? I should take this out of the chassis, really, but it would have made it a bit easier. Right, that's that one, and that's the ground. Go in there. Okay, right, we have AM connected via this. All right, Sean. Catch you in a minute, mate. Hurry back. Chris, where are we? Yeah, you're welcome, mate. It's looking good, Chris, so far. It's looking good so far. At least we've got a working radio to start with, which is always good. So I'm always twiddling stuff down here, and you probably wonder what the hell I'm up to. So I can sort of, it's difficult to get both in shot at the same time, really. So basically this little ATU matches this long wire antenna to the radio. That's the plan. I don't think we need to switch. No, it's going to stay. Stays like that. So let's try it again. So it should work better on broadcast with.
20 metres out, and now Morgan Smithies will pummel his way into that defensive line. It was a good shot that time from Harrison. And a little bit of help coming in that time from Green, looking to atone for his error just a moment ago. Smith keeps the ball moving. Harvey Hill punching holes with big, strong, direct carries. They're inside the 10 here, Wigan, looking for more points. Having a little poke at the
I thought that was a cricket, but it's football.
Left of the post.
Thanks, Anonymous. Okay, I'm looking at the wrong camera. Let's go over there. Thanks, Anonymous.
That time, Green got in the way. Back it goes to Smith, 10 metres out. Looking to make that a contest.
There's just nothing on.
Wigan have got it back here. Although we'll come back for the knock on. No advantage from carrying on.
That's very good, actually.
It's so bad. It's so bad from Warrington. Do you know, as a player, Matt, you'd be on there now, right? There's 10 minutes to half time. You are petrified to walk down that tunnel. If I was Darryl Powell, I would have not only the Alex Ferguson hairdryer ready, I'd have an industrial-sized blow heater ready to blast his Warrington team up. Because they need something to shock them into action. It's been an awful performance from them. But let's focus on Wigan. I think some of their players here have produced magical performances. Somebody, Ethan Havard...
It's only drawing 20 milliamps. It's not too bad. Right, shortwave 1. Right, let's turn that down a little. That's a scratchy volume pot as well. So shortwave 1 is over here. So what have we got? We've got 1.8 to 5 megs. So this, we might get something maybe around the 60 meter band. Let's try it. So we're going to need to be around about there. We might get some amateurs around 3.5s. No, sorry about the racket, but there's really nothing on those lower bands this time of the day. You probably, if I turn on one of the more powerful radios, I might be able to get something, but just trying to stop that glare a little bit so it's not blowing the picture out. Robert, thanks very much, mate. You're in there somewhere. So shortwave 2 then, this is more likely to get us something. So this is the main broadcast bands now, 16 meter, 90 meter, 25, 31. We should have something up here. I'm confident that we'll get something up here. It does sound like the radio's working, so... We've got something in the 19-meter band. Apologies for that noise. Sounds like China. .25-meter band now. What a racket. Oh, that's just way too much noise. Way too much noise. Wow, it does appear to be working on all bands, which is absolutely brilliant news. We have got some transformer that's, well, a power supply board that's no good really. So I think it's best left as a battery model unless Chris wants it reinstated somehow. I think we'd have to probably build a new board for it in order to get it going again. And it looks like that transformer is actually bolted to the back of the radio there. I don't know exactly how that's supposed to work, but just didn't seem right at all. So it is working. It is working. Now Chris wants me to do a couple of things. He wants me to do the capacitors in it and also change those transistors on the main, not the main, on that little daughter board, which is going to be a bit of a nightmare to get at, but just get this out of the way a minute. I think that was it, Chris, wasn't it? Because it is working, and it's working okay, actually. Surprisingly, it's actually working okay. I really didn't think this was going to be working at all, so we're in luck, really. We're in luck. Let's get some stuff cleared up. Right. This could do with coming out. So let me have a think here. Probably best to leave these wires connected to here, so it's pretty obvious which is which, but I will snip them off with a little bit of colour on them so we know where they're going. I think I've seen my pliers crash into the floor. Recap and the transistors. So it's just the 3 transistors, Chris, was it, that you wanted doing? If we can find an equivalent, that is. X 15, 16 and 17. Let me write that down a minute. I'm going to have a look at them on the schematic. X 15, 16 and 17. I've got stuff everywhere. I really need to spend some time and get this room cleared up. I've got so many bits and pieces I've got to do and send off. I've got Chris's RPC1 sorted now, so that one can go off this week. Didn't get a chance last week, unfortunately, Chris. It's been absolutely manic here. Work has been crazy, and I've had a couple of days away this week. I never can find a notebook when I need one. Do, do, do. 15, 16 and 17. Let's snip these off. Positive and negative. That's that one out of the way. So so far we've lost the transformer and the battery pack. That's gone. It's gone, Chris. We don't need that. We don't need that, do we? We need to get this thing out of the chassis, because this does my head in, this flapping about. You can't work on a radio with that in the way all the time. You don't want to bend it too far in case it snaps it, because it is old vinyl. So I suspect the knobs have got to come off, and then the whole lot pulls back out through that way. I suspect, but Easier said than done, I expect. Let's see what Sam says. Let's catch up with the chat a minute. Yes, I know Rob Cross was having trouble accessing the chat earlier for some reason. I just do not know. Yeah, I'll sort you out, Diagnostics, Chris. Don't watch the circuit boards for WD-40. Yeah, it's a 990. That transformer's knackered, to be fair, Joe. Good idea to recap and set up the audio board, then test it. If working okay, then I'd leave the transistors in. I think Chris wanted to do it for future-proofing, apparently, Timothy, because allegedly they grow whiskers. I suppose a little bit like the a little bit like the old AF117s. So let's have a look, just see if this fantastic manual does tell us how to disassemble it. It must do, because Sam's manuals are amazing. Print. What's print mean? Okay, circuit board. Well, I see we've got a circuit board layout. Yeah, there's a much nicer schematic in here as well. Oh, that's amazing schematic. Nice. Yeah, I don't think we've got any instructions on how to get it apart, so we're just going to have to pull it apart. Unless it's on any of this other stuff. No, it's just parts. Parts, and more parts, a big parts list. I'm sure there is on here somewhere one on how to take it apart, but it'll take me ages to go through all of these, to be fair. Yeah, so we've got all the circuits and everything. It's a cracking. I'm going to need to print that out, that manual. So just going to have to go for it. How hard can it be? The knobs have got to come off, definitely. Transistor puberty. You think the transistors that haven't whiskered probably won't? They do, though. They do. I'm just trying to catch up with the chat. Thank you, Luigi, for the super chat, mate. Sorry I missed that one. Much appreciated. Nice one, mate. Yeah, I wouldn't say WD-40 is conductive. It just leaves a greasy mess on everything, doesn't it? Which can leach in and ruin things. So how the hell are we going to get these off then, people? Now, I'm sure Ben and Sandra gave me some... I don't think it's grub screws on these, is there? No, they just literally pull off. And are they coming off? Again, it's some of it's metal, some of it's plastic. How are you supposed to get your fingers in there to get that one's coming? Whoa. Let's turn that to as far as it go around to FM. It started coming off and now it's stopped. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure I've got some orange. What should we call it? for getting these things off. Let me go see if I can find them a minute. Needs denobbing. Needs denobbing, doesn't it? No. So you don't really want to use any screwdrivers or anything like that on it. Although Manuel's spoon method is very good. Manuel the spooner. But I put those in a safe place, those orange things. In my bedroom toolbox. You know, you've got to have a toolbox in the bedroom. It's compulsory. Let's not read anything into that, please. So I'm pretty sure it's Ben and Sandra that sent me these. Apologies if it was somebody else, but these are plastic, like pry bars. It's like that one there, though. I mean, that might get us in behind that one. Maybe that one better. Maybe that one and that one. A double prying situation. Look at that. Wow. Off. Amazing. Can we do the same with these, I wonder? So they're all going to want these now, Ben and Sandra. Yeah, we can. Look at that. Wow. That made it easy, didn't it? And this one? Oh! And so we've got a little spacer washer on these. Oh, these might be a bit trickier. Lots of washers. 3 washers on that one, I think. Looking good. Benedict said it was you. Thanks very much, Sandra. Yeah, I mean this is working very well so far. Well, that was very, very useful. So thanks, Ben and Sandra, for sending those on to me. That's helped no end. Never tried them before on that. I've used them on Mrs. Cruncher's car to get the inner door card off. I think there is a bigger one. Again, there's 5 of them, I think, in the set. So well worth picking up those. Right, okay, so that's the knobs off. So now there's going to be some screws somewhere. So we're going to take this area off here. This is going to have to come off. It just looks like a Phillips screw. Quite a long Phillips screw through the case. A couple of different washers on, so I'll screw that back in there. And looks like that is soldered to the the wire soldered to the aerial there. Must have had a big iron to solder that on, so I'm going to desolder it from this terminal here. I'll take a little picture first. In fact, I'll zoom in, because very often when I'm fixing things back together, I do refer to these videos. So you can see the FM aerial is just soldered directly on the aerial, so I don't really want to break that joint. I could solder it back on, but this aerial's pretty much had it. So I'm just going to hit the soldering iron on it. Just pop it off from there. You've got two sets of these, Anthony, have you? Very useful. I've not tried them for that before. To be honest, I didn't really think of trying them for that. Okay, that's fine. So there's our broken FM aerial. What's left of it? I take it you haven't got the rest of this, Chris? We've got most of the aerial there, so I could stick a screw in the end so we could at least use it. So if you can, I don't know if you can see down the bottom of that, but looks like we've got the whole telescopic aerial in there. So I could solder something in there maybe, so you can still use it, Chris. What do you think? I don't. Well, saying that, I've probably got an aerial that would fit in there and go up through the hole. Leave that with me, Chris. I'll see if I can sort something out as an aerial. Got to have an aerial, isn't it? It won't be the same fitting as this one, but let's see what I can do. See what I can do. Right. Now we've got to try and work out how to get the chassis out. So I think it's just screws. I can see lots of screws in here. That one looks like it's through to the front panel for sure. There's one at the top there that I can't get at because the ferrite's in the way. We're just going to have to undo all these screws. You can see them in the corners here. There's loads of them, but I don't know if they're all connected to the underside or not. Just going to have to start unscrewing them and see what happens, really. How long is what, Anthony? No, I lost my mouse now. It's still there, but you can't chat for some reason. My mouse is doing weird stuff now. What's going on here? Gremlins. My mouse is doing very strange things. Got all choppy. Stream looks to be holding up fine. Been issues with the stream. Right, so we can get these. Get these out, see what happens. this screws to the front panel. I'm just assuming that I am doing all these. Front panel, stay there, and this bit will come off. I don't know if that is. Yeah. All of these screws have got to come out. Let's come off then. Still undoing screws. Exterminate. Sound a bit like a Dalek. Do I really? Yeah, it's only hassle because it keeps closing up on you. You've got to take this out. Actually, I wonder if that's got a back nut on it. No. Okay, I'm just gonna keep unscrewing and see what happens, I think. Some of these feels springy. That's not to the front connecting to the front case. It's all the same screws though, so it's one good thing. So it looks like the AM area's got to come out as well. We can just disconnect that, but that's the same kind of wire as the ground. I'll leave that there for a minute. Can't get the nut driver in there. Repeating myself. It's looking okay here, so I assume it's an internet connection rather than the microphone. something else. Let me just try something else. Exterminate. How's that for you? How's that for you? Excuse me. Excuse me. Just let's just get that. So I'm just going to plug the other microphone in. If you can hear what I said, then. Add input. We should have the Yeti. Okay, is that any better? Christian, how you doing? I can hear myself. Echo, echo. Echo. Right, that should stop the echo. Yes, brilliant. Muted in headphones. Okay. So all good? Yeah, strange, isn't it? Must be a problem with this this thing again. But that's a good mic. I don't know. Oh well, let's take it off. Rip it off. Lucky we've got a spare microphone. If you're ever doing broadcast, you always need a spare microphone. Okay. You like the Dalek effect, did you? Exterminate. I'll have to play that back to see what that sounded like. Right, that's the microphone dilemma sorted. Onwards and upwards. I'm still taking this thing apart. There's about 5 million screws in here. Yeah. So now the audio transformers can be floating about everywhere because that's was bolted to the chassis. So far I've taken out 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. This is my 10th screw I've taken out now, the chassis. 10 screws in. It's still not coming out. Okay, I can see another sneaky one in there. Number 11. I think we may just have one to go. And there's this bizarre capacitor. I don't know if you can't really see that, but I'll get the... Yeah, we've got this capacitor to ground from the volume pot by the looks of it, which is in the way of this screw down here, which is the final one. That one there. Hi David, how are you? Wow, something's always going amiss here somewhere. Harvey, isn't it, really? Right. Okay, I've got to be careful here that we don't rip the dial cord off, so I just want to have a quick look to see what that is doing, because some of these, yeah, this is no exception. So that is behind. So I'll work out how to get that out. So we'll probably get that out, but you've got to get the thing back in again after. So there must be, I can see the dial cord in behind this ferrite. Okay, no, it does seem to be coming. Okay, I think I've undone the black thing that goes in behind the dial cord. Oh no! Oh no! I can see dial cord in here. Why can I see dial cord in here? Strange, because it was working. I wonder if this does something else then. That's a bit bizarre. Okay. I'm not quite sure what's going on there, but there's a broken, well, very frayed bit of dial cord, so it's not something I've broken. So something. Pass. I really don't know what that dial cord does. It's not anything to do with the tuning, because that's all. Oh, hang on, I've got another indicator there, look. We have another indicator there. So there was a second indicator running somewhere, as well as the main one. What's all that about? Maybe that's some sort of station marker? I don't know. But it's broken, whatever it was, and it wasn't broken by me. Not guilty. So I've got to get the speaker off, so the easiest way is going to be just to desolder that in here. Don't you break, you nasty dial cord. So definitely need a picture for this. Maury, no, the FM band was working on the same one. It all works off the same tuning gang. It's got to be some sort of station marker thing. I'll take a picture of these wires in here a minute. Red. And the purple. Yay! It's out. Get that pesky case on the floor a minute. Back to some space on the bench. Okay, so Chris is just saying it's a band indicator. Yeah, I just don't understand whereabouts that would be showing on the dial. I'll have to look that up, Chris. David, how are you, mate? Looking from the Wally Elberg. The manual shows 2 chords. Gier, welcome, mate. Weak dial chord, that's my excuse. Well, certainly that wasn't there at all. If we look at the actual other side of the radio now, it doesn't look too healthy, but see worse. This is the second dial chord. Well, not dial chord, the dial pulley. So we can see the main dial chord, which operates both bands. Now this bit here was screwed on here, so that goes over there. So this bit here, now there's no way that I've done that. That is really badly frayed. I know you won't believe me, Harvey, but I don't even know where the other part of that is, but that's been rubbing for a long time on something. So we've got, hang on, there's another piece, there's another bit here. There's the other bit. So how does it go? I mean, it obviously goes there and going around that way. Where the hell is that going to? Let's look at the plans. Thunder and rain. Band indicator cord. We've got to have a look though, Chris, haven't we? I don't even know where it indicates to. I really have not got a clue how that works. One of these had the dial cord on it, didn't it? One of these pictures. I'm sure one of these pictures I just downloaded had the dial cord on it. There it is. Okay. just disconnect, just get rid of me a minute. So this is the band selector one turn. According to that, hey? That's strange, because according to that we don't have enough pulleys, but I can see a double pulley there. There's a double pulley there. So this is not even, this isn't even the same as that picture. What on earth is this rubbish popping up? Look, get off. No, we don't want to see that. Right, so it looks according to this picture, it's got a pulley up here, which this one hasn't, although there is a metal peg. Okay, well we haven't got a pulley there, and we haven't got a pulley there, so that's not a good start, is it really? I'm trying to get my head around where that moves, that needle, in relation to the dial here. So it's that way round. Oh, I see. Oh, right, okay, that's a bit nifty. I reckon that moves up this scale on the right. I reckon that moves up that scale on the right there. So let's go back to the main camera. So I reckon that pointer moves up and down here. So where is it? Yeah, that must be in behind there, moving up and down there, to let you know which band you're on, which is remotely controlled through this wheel here. But this has got a totally different dial cord layout to the other one, because it looks like, if I get you in close, it looks like that underneath there. Where's my pointery thing? I can't find it. That underneath there is another pulley wheel that's not used. So it must go from here underneath that, and then at the top there's no pulley at the top, but there's this brass post. So it's no wonder the thing's worn out, isn't it? It's going to go up around that. In fact, that's where it's broken, that, right on that brass post. But then if it's going there and that's disappearing underneath to the underside of that one, how's it getting back up onto there? Yeah, that's a bit of a mystery. See, it looks like it just goes around that brass post, but it's just... working out how the hell that would work. That's a bizarre system, isn't it? One would have had the spring on it. So it's got to have been going up like that, back around there. I don't think it could go underneath there, because if it goes underneath there it's going to foul this one on the way back up. goes down to there, that one goes in there. That one has to go through underneath there. Underneath there. I've got to be careful, I don't want to pull the rest of this dial cord off. Where's Dave when you need him? David, come back. Wake up. See, that just doesn't seem right, does it? And then that would have to come up to that one there. And join back up with that. Just doesn't seem right. Because we need a vertical indication here, don't we? Yeah, bit of a head scratcher, that one. Cheers, Aaron. Thanks for joining us, mate. Show the diagram again? No worries. Let's go back to diagram land. See, according to that, it goes over the top of those two pulleys, but it can't do because there isn't a third pulley there. There is no third pulley there. And this is totally different. Oh no, that's a tuning shaft. Okay, no, that's a tuning shaft. That goes down to that one. Yeah, okay, so that little bit's okay. Another one comes down there, goes right over there. So maybe it looks like it's going the other way around, isn't it? It's going... maybe it's just doing it. Yeah, I'm really not sure. I'm just trying to work this out for myself here. It says one turn, so it's one turn in each direction. Well, there's a big chunk of it missing if that's the case. Band selector, one turn. Yeah, we've got a pulley missing there for sure. So that must come out of there, go around there, and back out there. And that must do the same, that must go around that one, back in around that one and up to there, but the problem is we haven't got this pulley, so I think it's just coming straight out, but we certainly haven't got a vertical line. Yeah, I'm intrigued. The third pulley is missing, so perhaps the other one is under the first pulley. There's nothing underneath the first pulley. There is underneath the second pulley though. There is a secondary pulley on that one. So somehow we'd have to work out. I mean, I've just turned that. So that's FM. That's his furthest direction, so that would be the furthest up. So it would have to go around. There. Out there, but then it's got to go over the top of this one. Unless this is wrong, and that one should be on the bottom pulley. You know, that's the other thing. I'm thinking maybe we've got the wrong pulley situation going on here. See if I can get you in a bit of a jaunty angle at this a minute. So there's our two pulleys, look. So if this bit of dial cord was on that bottom pulley, it would leave his top one free to come up and around here, which would make a bit more sense. But it's already pretty taut. So you can hear it is pretty tight, so I've not got a lot of movement on it, but I probably could get it onto that pulley there. Interesting stuff. Hey Keith, how you doing, mate? The soldering station just broke down. Jackie Smith. Welcome, Jackie. What's up? What's up, Mr. Secret Engineer Rich? What's going on? So you think it's going to run from the right side up to the brass stud? I know we're messing here and probably should be getting on with the recap, etc. But I'm just intrigued now. I can't help myself, Chris. Sorry, I can't help myself. Just some random braid here we can try, which I've got a lot of. Half a mil. That brass peg has got to come into play, hasn't it? We'll just zoom out a little bit. It's up the top there, look. The left side runs to the plastic pulley on the right, then up to the brass stud. Hello? Sounds like helicopter coming over. Sounds like the air ambulance. Last time we see that, it landed in the field here. Quite a lot of Sounds like the air ambulance is hovering around here for some reason, so somebody somewhere must have had a bit of an accident or was in trouble out in the fields, maybe. Well, sorry for that little detour, but yeah, always worrying when you hear a helicopter hovering above, isn't it? He was pretty close. Right. So one of these must go, so they go around. So if it went up to the brass pulley, maybe that one goes on that one, maybe. See, that would give us our vertical line there. I don't know. Yeah, so that would move the pointer up and down. Obviously it needs to be on that bottom pulley, or this one is wrong and that one should be on the bottom pulley. You just don't know what someone's done prior though, do you really? Or does that one go out to there and then it's got to come off of this side of that wheel to keep that vertical, isn't it? Because the dial pointer is going to be on that. The dial pointer is going to be on like that. None of this seems right. I don't even know if this is on the right way up. It might be that this should be the other way up, perhaps. You know, should that be that way up? No, I don't know. You get the idea. It's got to be doable. Is it that way? it that way? No, it can't be that way because that's facing totally wrong direction. It's got to be that way. I don't know. It's a mystery. Let's just catch up with the chat because you're probably all screaming at me now. Oh, Rich, your girlfriend and you were lifted to hospital from a helicopter which came from Braunton with hypothermia. Whoa. Yeah, I know RAF Chivener is at just there by Braunton. Valdir, how are you, mate? I forgot to take the mic. I can't take the mic, unfortunately, Derek. You're having second thoughts about your place of status quo on the dark horse. Maury, how are you? Look at the pulley's edge on, see which one lines up with the band selector. Edge on, none of them line up with a band selector. None at all. It's at a totally different height altogether. The only one that works, that's the same height as the band selector, is this peg up the top here. So maybe it just goes around and back on itself that way, so to speak. If you know what I mean. Maybe it moves up and down like that. Obviously got that on the wrong way round now, if that's the case, but I reckon we can work that out, Chris. I say we, the royal we, isn't it? Let's have a think then. So that's got to go. Obviously haven't got a spring on it, but I just want to try and get a feel for what it's supposed to be doing here. What if that just goes up to there, comes right back down, goes back, and then in there like that. So now that is potentially in the right way. I just support that there and turn this. Yeah, that's more like it. So I don't know how that would work in relation to this, or that does look like that would work. So this thing here should go in there. So it fits on there somehow. I don't know which way round it goes. Probably that way. Goes on there. So there's a band thing rolled up and down on that. Okay. It's good fun, isn't it, eh? That would work. So it looks like that's been bent perhaps, or maybe it's supposed to be at a jaunty angle. So if that's right there, I reckon that's it, you know. I reckon it's as simple as that. Stop twanging the dial cord. It'll end in tears. I reckon that's it, you know. I think I've just done that. Oh dear. Yeah, I've not seen you for a while, Val dear. How are you, mate? And Robert Cross, thank you very much for the tip, Rob. Rolf, how you doing, mate? Les is in. Been out for lunch. How was dinner, Les? Good stuff. So, how are we going to do this? So I've got to incorporate the spring somehow on one of those pulleys just to give it a little bit of backlash, but we incorporate it on that. So let me have a think here. Have a think around how are you going to do this? We're going to have the spring on this side, and I don't suppose it matters which side the spring's on. So what I need to do is just tie the spring to this one for now. Well, put the spring through this one. I'm not sure if this is how it works or not, but if it'll work, then that's good enough, isn't it? Gotta hate dial cords. This is potentially one of the simplest ones I've ever seen. I said potentially. And it might be totally the wrong dial cord, and I'll have to get another bit of dial cord, but it's worth a try in that. Doesn't seem to have enough room to stretch it there. Then the distance doesn't look any different there. It's not going to be nice to me, is it? I think the problem is lack of beer. Mark with a pen. This is not even dial cord, this is just braided fishing line, so saying that is such a simple setup that this probably will work. Right, so let's try and work this out again. Down, in around, that's the old forceps. A live dial cord, David will be proud of me. So that's the highest up it'll go. So that would be all the way around there is FM. So that would need to be right at the top, which is correct. L. Yes, yeah, I can do. It's just screwed on there. I'm going to need to put this on first. So this is our pointer. So let's stick the two screws that were holding that plate back in. This is a bit of a pain in the bum. Alcohol-free beer. It's a bit like decaf coffee, I suppose, isn't it? It's better for you if you're driving. One. So that one's got to go underneath that one. Lots of twanging dial cord noises going on. Never a good thing. It's that one, the short one. slide this one up a little bit. I've got a feeling that that goes the other way around. So although I've got it working to a point, I think it's not aligned properly. That's got to be on the inside. So how are we going to achieve that then? So alignment of this edge to this peg here, if I get you in a bit closer. So can you see it's quite strained there at the moment, and it's coming in. So when I turn it back down, so if this line here was on this side of the pulley, it would work better. But how would we achieve that? This would have to be strung differently. But I think we're there nearly. I wonder if this is upside down, maybe. Let's have a look at that diagram again. It needs to be, yeah, it needs that there needs to be over here, running on that side to run it up and down. But the problem is with the whole alignment of it, I would have to cross it to do that, surely, wouldn't I? Because it says only one turn on each. That one has got to run down here somehow. Yeah, it's a bit of a mystery, isn't it? Thinking if that came into play. Less. The other thing that's quite close to it is the height of this. Now there's that collar there sort of coincides with that, but then it can't do that, can it? Because that's nothing to do with this. You can't be turning any of this mechanism with any of this, because this is independent. This is just on the band selector switch. So I'm nearly there. Just wondering if I flipped that over. If that would get us anything. Yeah, I think the theory's right, but the stringing's wrong. got to be on the opposite. So that's definitely where that wire's got to, that cord has got to go in order for that to run up and down that scale properly. That is perfect there. But, because that would impede. It's got to be away from it like that somehow. It's a bit of a mystery. But in the picture there's 3 of these pulleys. You see we've only got 2 here. There is 3. There's a 3rd hole on that one. But it needs to be there to be aligned up correctly. It needs to be in that elevation, so the drive needs to come off of this side somehow. So we try it 180 degrees. So think about that. Let's see how that would work. That would come up there. That would work. Yeah, this is a bit bizarre. That might work, but it is rubbing against itself there, which just doesn't seem right. They can't both go on in the same place because that just doesn't work at all. You're at a funny angle to see what the hell's going on there, really. If I put it around like that, that might make a bit more sense. Get his attention, look at your chat. You're nearly yelling at the screen, go the doubled pulley. Go to the doubled pulley, Maury. Yeah, that's what I'd have said, but it's risky. If it's using that pulley, where's it going? Because it's got to come down this side of that brass one. So if this was to go in, if we just use the top pulley for now anyway, that would have to come back over like that, surely, wouldn't it? In order to keep us vertical. Or am I looking at this wrong? Let's just undo that. Let's just pop that back out again. So, if that was to go out, let's go down there, around, out, through there, up there, back down. All the angles seem wrong. I mean, the cord is way higher on this peg than it is on this one. Let's try it around 180 again then. So think of it that way round. It'll just click into place in a minute and we'll all say, ah, yeah, that's how it goes. Was it that one? Over there maybe? Round. Round. And those of you that have done dial cords from scratch before will know it's a very long process. So that would get us there, but then if we're going to come back down around there, assuming we use the top pulley, where's that going to get us? So we need to go over there in order for it to rotate properly. Sort of going back on ourselves, aren't we? And that's touching that. It just doesn't seem right. So, you know, I am trying that pulley, but it just doesn't seem right. If we look at the length of the old dial cord as well, let's have a look at what sort of length we are compared to my test piece here a minute. So we lay that out. Then we lay this beside it. Okay, so I'm longer. So I'm longer than the original dial cord. You can't quite see that, can you? It's, yeah, I'm definitely longer than the original dial cord. And if it's snapped right there, I can get an actual length of that. So this is shorter, which probably rules out going over a third pulley because it wouldn't have enough room, would it? Could be, yeah. Let's get on with the other stuff. No, Chris, you're gonna have to suffer. You're gonna have to suffer. If you go, if you look at the picture, there's no extra turn. So it says band selector 1 turn, but I don't understand what this means. Because that wouldn't work with that cord coming out of there and going into there. It's got to go around and out that way, and that one's got to go around and out that way. They are sort of crossing over here though, aren't they? Sorry for making you suffer, Chris, but we've got to do this. We can't. It's just too much of a mystery now to just walk away from it. It's like Columbo and Clouseau and everybody all in one. We've got to get to it. Got to find out why. It's got to be easy. We need someone with one of these radios to take the front off for us, which is not a very nice job anyway. Okay, that's pretty much there now as far as the length is concerned. So I've just put another loop in that. So I think they must cross over. That will clash with that. Yeah, I'm really not sure. I can't get my head around that. I've got the right length of dial cord now by the looks of it. We know that we've got to have a piece down there. We haven't really got enough length to go anywhere else. No, I'm going to have to put that one to bed for a minute, I think. I'm just going to have to peruse that and try different things because it's doing my head in now. It's absolutely doing my head in. Dog string trauma. Chris, don't ring me. Don't ring me. getting there. I'm getting there. It's nearly there, isn't it? It's nearly there. Chris don't want it. You don't want it. I'm just trying to see if there's any other orange wires here anywhere. If not, I'm just going to snip that one. Get that one out of the way. So it seems from what Chris is saying that the main issue is this little amplifier module here, which looks to be soldered in very badly all down through here. A little daughter board that sits on top of the main board. Now I think these are just single-sided boards, which is going to help a lot. Yeah, okay. Let me get my eyes on. Thanks, Rob. I don't know where you are, mate, but obviously you can't get in. A pan-galactic goggle blaster. Hi, Bob. You definitely. I would do it. It's just too complex for me. It's too complex for me, Rich. You can't put that one on me. It's your baby. I'd need to sit down and spend hours messing with that, Rich, to get even close to getting it to work. I just haven't got the time. Right, so that's the poorly dial indicator situation that we need to get sorted, but we need to move on. How are we doing for time anyway? It's nearly time to go, but don't worry. I mean, if we don't get it done this week, it comes back next week, doesn't it? It bounces back. It just bounces back. It was very handy for shouting at me, wasn't it? I did like it. I had nothing against it. I can use it, but I just... Danish, thank you very much, mate. It is a rat's nest, isn't it? It is a rat's nest. So yeah, Rich did send me loads of stuff about that SAY program, and I did look at it, to be fair. I did have a look at it, and I thought, oh my god, how am I going to do that? How am I going to sort that out? The other slight issue I've got is my internet is absolutely rubbish here, so I'm running flat out to get the stream going. If I add anything else into the stream, it's likely to kill it dead, which we don't want to do. So I don't know what the time is. I did go to look, but I forgot to look. So I'm going to have to open a can of the Abbott's Finest. So this is normal Abbott. Last week we had the Abbott Reserve. This is normal Abbott. This is his little brother. Dwayne, how you doing, mate? So if anybody has got one of these 991s, because I assume this is different than the 990 dial cord layout, then I'd appreciate any help you could give us on how the hell to do that dial cord, because that's a bit of a head scratcher. So what I want to try and do is get this little daughter board off of here. Let me just get you in a bit so you can see what I'm on about. It's this little board here which does the amplifier. Yeah, I mean, the one that put the original one in. The problem is, Dwayne is not Dwayne. Sorry, Joe is. I'd have to get him to pull his radio apart, which is okay if you've got a couple, but if you've got one that's working and the dial cord's all perfect and that on it, you're going to be pretty reluctant to pull that apart, I can tell you. Unless you're sort of an electronics guy. If he's into repairing stuff, then I assume that might be why he's on that site, but right, so a bit of a tidy up. So this is the audio board. It's a very strange setup. I've never seen anything like that before. But it has got a couple of these grey caps on it, which are usually pretty bad. And Chris wants me to try and change these transistors. Now we'll have to see which one's which, but I assume it's the big ones that are the issue, because they'll have a shield wire on, no doubt. Or it could be the actual output pair. Again, I don't even know if I've got anything that's an equivalent for that yet. Dave, how you doing, mate? Do you prefer the Abbott or the Bishop, given a choice? Abbott. Abbott would be the choice between the Bishop and the Abbott. Definite. Bishop's nice, but it's not a strong tasting. And if you throw the Abbott Reserve into the mix, then yeah, there's no contest there really. The Abbott's finger. No, it's not the Abbott's finger. Maybe the dial cord had to be changed because of the extra mains transformer. But the mains transformer sort of hangs off the back, doesn't it? It's not, the dial cord's all on the other side. So I don't think so. Right, let's see if we can get this board off. So it's got legs that go all the way down through it, down each side. You can just see them down there. Look. So I've got to desolder those, and then potentially that board will just pop off. Yeah, probably famous last words, isn't it? Just wanted to see whether that one's, no, that's not. So it's the bottom two. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 legs. 2, 4, 6, 7. And one of them's not soldered on. So if we go over to this side of the board, we're looking down here. Yeah. So we go then. Let's see if the old sucky suck tool will work on it. Try not to dwell on it too long, because I suspect this board is pretty fragile as far as soldering's concerned. Okay, that's that. So on this side. Get off. That's the only one that doesn't do solder very well because it's got a bent pin on it. Is that Mr. Mancake? Where is he? Has he come back from that supermarket yet? Try and straighten that pin up so I can desolder it a bit better, really. Right, so I think we need to do a combination of soldering and lifting at the same time. So the transistor on top is the bias, the two on the bottom are amps. All three are going to go bad. Okay. We can't have them going bad then, can we? Right, let's have a little look at all the pins and see if we can get them moving. Careful. Moving. Moving. Not moving. Right, let's zoom you out a little bit because you can't see what the hell's going on here. Secret! Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Secret. That might be a hint that I've got to try and sort that software out. Thanks very much, Secret. Amazing. Okay, so that side of the board is pretty free. So let's have a look at this side. Plenty of beer and capacitors, yeah. holding on. Whew. I think that should come out now. It's a bit of a mix, isn't it? Beer and capacitors. Let's get you in so you can see it a bit better. So it's definitely moving now. Just that last leg there that's holding it, I think. So I'm just going to put a little bit of pressure on. I'm just going to heat the pin, not the pad, because the pad's fragile. And we still have a pad, that's good. Right, okay. Don't worry about that wire, that's something else. There she blows. What about that for a little baby board? Yeah, there's no screen print or nothing on this. It's covered in gank. Right. Let's have a little closer look at our board then. A little tiny baby one. There she blows. White thing again. Thank you, Rich. Glad you appreciate it, mate. Thanks very much. He's back. Chatting with John about the Defiant. No worries, mate. You're back. Long hair and a short skirt. I don't think I'd look good in that, Danish. Okay, well, what have we got now? So, let's see if I can. I'm going to have to print this, I think, because I don't think I'm going to be able to suss it out. Somewhere there was layouts for the little boards, baby boards. Right, okay, so I've got a schematic. I'm sure there was a circuit for it, a board layout as well. No, 1.2 then. .3, no. .4. I don't know that we're going to have a layout for this board, you know. Thought we would. It might still be here. Speaker hole. Right, I'm just going to have to go through these layouts and find the right one. To see which component's which. And when I say layouts, I'm looking at these things. I don't know if you can see that or not. Yeah, okay, so we've got circuit layouts, so that's, you can see this board in here. And all the circuit info's there, so it's not that one. Let's go into the, see if there's any more I haven't printed yet. Alignment, schematic, 1A, 1B, so it's two halves of the same schematic. So yeah, this is a different schematic to the other one by the looks of it. So is one of these boards the amplifier board? Is it that one maybe? It looks like it could be that one. Yeah, so this is the amplifier. So this dotted line is everything on the audio module. Okay. So according to Chris, 15, 16 and 17 are the ones that we need to be doing. So 15 is there, 16 is there and 17 is there. Where are they on the circuit? On the board, I mean, even. So let's see. Bias regulator. There's a thermistor on it as well, look. So this is another transformer. So is this on this is speaker? No, that's a speaker coil there. This is another audio. Oh yeah, yeah, there is. There's two audio transformers in there. Hell. Thermistor as well. Where be the thermistor then? It's definitely on that board. So if we look at these, they've got numbers on them. I'm sure that equates to these pictures. Not that one. Ah, here we go. Here's the one we want. Spin this around a couple times. Zoom in. Come down this way a bit. So if I'm looking at it this way up, X15 looks looks like that output. X16 is that one. X17's up there. So it's just those three. Okay. So BCE, but you can't really see it. It's a pretty good. It's a pretty good copy, to be fair. Base, collector, emitter. Yeah, that does make sense. Right, okay. So we've got a layout of sorts. Can just about see that. Next is parts list. X15, 16 and 17. So they got some weird part numbers as well. Where do you check? I mean, all of these are the same transistor according to that. Well, they're not. They're not the same transistors. What do you reckon? Which part number should we do a search on then, trying to find out a bit more info about these transistors? Any ideas? Thank you, Robert. I don't know if I'm still on the screen. Excuse me, yes I am. Not me, okay. Okay, I've gone with you, Danish. You found a PDF online of H.W. Samuel's dial stringing guide. Runs to 606 pages, but think it predates H. Samuel's dial stringing guide. Never heard of that, Gavin. Did Anthony survive it? Chris struggled. He nearly had a had a seizure. Anthony blew a fuse. Those are replacement devices. RS is rat shat. Don't you mean Radio Shack? Not rat shat. Oh dear. SK equals RCA. And GE is GE. Oh yeah, I understand that, but trying to find an equivalent, that's the thing, isn't it? A GE2 transistor. GE2 transistor. come up with anything, is it? For some reason it's defaulted to this blimmin' Yahoo search rubbish again now. Oh, hang on, GE2. GE2, normally replaceable. Ah, here we go. OC75. What about that, though? Would you have believed it? So it almost looks like the base is the can, doesn't it? N 2953. Similar tubes. See, I would see these are all like rare as hen's teeth. These are. I mean, OC75s. I've had to buy them in before for I think it was a RIC 1. What's a 2N2953 then? AC128. Ah, now we're talking. So that's potentially. I've definitely got AC128s. I could potentially lose the weird heat shield thing going on there. Wow, it's surprising, isn't it, when you start digging what you can find. So, but they're totally different transistors that are in this amp. They're not all GE2s. They're definitely not. One is, two aren't, I would say. Yeah. Interesting stuff. Yeah, thanks, Gavin. Thanks, Danish. Okay, right, thanks, Rich. No doubt mine hasn't got those transistors. It's not necessarily that they would be an issue. I mean, these definitely look very similar to AC128s, those two. So this is the 3 transistors that we're looking at. And this one over here is a Texas Instruments transistor, so whether they don't cause any issues, and this is a different package altogether. So possibly those two, Chris could be well be dead right that these two are not an issue. That's a GE transistor, and these are potentially whiskery outputs. I wonder if we can see what the hell they got marked on them. If you can see, I don't know if you can see how they're actually wired, but the legs are twisted to hell on them. They're all over the place. In fact, that one's touching pretty much there. You can't see that, but if I can refocus there, maybe. I'm going to see what I mean. The light on that one. Almost looks to me like they're touching. Let's go in a bit closer. Let's go in real close. Might not be touching, but they're not far off, are they? No shield leg. I'll tell you what, they are less than half a millimetre apart. How that hasn't shorted out, I do not know. They've got to be touching them too. That's better. So what we need to try and do is get these weird and wonderful heat shields off and try and suss out what they are. If anyone's watching on the telly now, that's the biggest transistors you've seen, I suspect. Let's get that light off to one side. This actually won't do too bad there, was it? So we need to get this weird heat shield arrangement off. So it looks like it's just a bit of tube that these are jammed onto. I'm also moving with my fingernails, but they are really tough. I don't want to scratch up where the part number is. Maybe if I can just pop a screwdriver in there maybe and just release it apart, maybe. That one's off. Bizarre method of putting a heat shield on. Come on, get off. Thank you. Okay. These are marked RS something. Fit a hacker amp in there, that would be nice, wouldn't it? I don't think it's shrunk, it just looks like... It might be though, because it's got a temperature rating on it. It says 105 degrees C. Natvar. So I think it's heat resistant tubing rather than heat shrink. So these are marked RS 5792. Made in Holland by the looks of it. RS 5792. That's what those two are. See, it says Holland. Need the pin out. check if there's a continuity from the can to the legs. Yeah, we can do that, Sean. If you fancy, if you're feeling lucky. You feeling lucky? Or are they grounded anyway? Are they grounded on the schematic, I wonder? Well, in continuity mode, there's nothing. Let's just try it in normal test mode, which we should have done in the first place, really. Nope. Nope. No, there doesn't appear to be any continuity there, but so let's Google these RS5792. Whew. Oh, was that the RS number that they gave? Just trying to find the parts list again with that info on it. No, not that one. Not that one. Not that one. RS 5744. So they're recommending RS5744. What did I say it was? RS 5792. Okay, let's see if we can find an RS 5792. It's not going to be any of those, is it? No, there is nothing. I'm going to go tap Lou a minute. Then we're going to pull the cover off of this one and see what that is. It's a longer delay now because I haven't got a microphone attached to me anymore. It's a rough PCB, but you like it. It's almost like a DIY, isn't it? Cheers, Thomas. That's a 6. You thought it said 5753 with a smudge on the first 5. Let's have a look-see. The webcam seems to be frozen, which is a bit disconcerting. Right, everything's frozen now. We could try this microphone again. It might have reset now that we've done that. So you have to let me know what the audio sounds like. Let's just minimize that so I can still see the chat. So is that microphone any good? Because the other one's disconnected now. Bob, how you doing? Yes, it is professionally built. All right, okay. So we'll put the other microphone back on there then, and I'll forget the the other one. So apologies for the noise while I just hook this back up again because we've got to go up and under. There we go. And don't forget, happy Father's Day to all those fathers out there. I've heard from 2 of my 3 so far. So my camera's just been altered slightly. Oh well, it's fine. You don't want to see me in too much detail. Bob, thank you very much, mate. Right, let's get back to what we were doing then. Hopefully the sound's better now. The sound is sorted and we're doing well. Cheers, Joe. Catch you soon, mate. Not easy to get real leather in small bits, but Radio Spares was an excellent but pricey. Leather? Yeah, okay, so we're back. Apologies about that. I don't know why it dropped out. The webcam froze up for some reason, and that sort of killed it. So we were looking at this thing here, weren't we? And trying to discover what transistors are what. So definitely says 5792 RS 5792, and I haven't got a clue what they are. And the other one says 839. Really can't see what that is. I mean, would it be right to have the driver and the finals as the same transistor? I'm not sure. Cheers, Anthony. Still stuck with you, Joe. No worries, mate. Yeah, CV is military, isn't it, normally? But it's definitely not CV, it's definitely RS 5792. I have somewhere got a really old book of transistor equivalents. I don't think it will be in Towers, but I've got a really old book in the other room, so now that I've got my microphone on me, I can yap to you lot as well as go and fumble around. Oh, can you hear the rain? Wow, we knew it was coming. The gardens will be loving it, and the reservoirs hopefully. Perhaps we can have some water again one day. You know, we don't pay anything for our water, but we're not allowed to use it. I'm being sarcastic. Right, international transistor equivalents. That's probably a bit too new. So I'm going to quick look, see if O's, P's, OS. Hang on, is there any RS's? RCA. No RR, that only goes up to. Nothing in that one. I've got some really nice old books here. The second book of Avometer 8 operating instructions Mark 5. Second book. No RS in them either. I'm just going really deep into the archives here. I should drag his books out and let you see them, really, shouldn't I? Samigan Toucher Data Book, 1966-67. No, that's just Mullard stuff. Oh, Mullard Comparable, okay. No. No, I've got no American books, you see, because this is all American stuff, really. TVT6 transistor equivalents. I've got loads of these. Worldwide, this is, apparently. equivalents. Power selector guide, but yeah, this is all UK stuff, all European really. Guide to world radio stations. There aren't many of them left now. No, I think we've dipped out there. So, I mean, it's got to be AC128 should work, shouldn't it? If it's given that as an equivalent, I think we'll probably be all right. Thank you, Robert. Where are you, Robert? We can't see you anywhere. Hang on. Everything's frozen again. Where's my... Oh. Yeah, I think the temperature's too hot in here for the equipment, to be fair, because that webcam that's frozen over here, is it frozen? Yeah, that is. I daren't try and reset that because that's going to kick me offline again. Pull one, stick it on the mid tester, see what it reads. Daleks. Ah. What's wrong with the PCB? Nothing really. Apparently, they're renowned for going... Oh, hang on. The PCB's frozen as well, isn't it? Oh, no. I'm going to have to reboot. I think it's just too hot in here, to be fair. I think this is the issue. Hang on, let's do some other bits. Let's put me on there. Right, okay. Oh, I'm working and the sound's working, but it's all frozen up again. Dear, oh dear. Are we working all right on the sound? Fine again. Okay. I wonder if I've got a dodgy mic connection on this one again. Thanks, Bob. If I didn't already say Bob, thanks, Bob, for the tip. NTE still has online cross-reference, does it? Danish? Sound out of sync. No, that's me messing about. Just trying to think what cameras I've got working. So that one works. That one's frozen. And my overhead camera's disappeared altogether. So it's offline. Well, it's not offline. No. Oh, I think that's overheated as well then. Would you believe it? It's all going wrong. It's all going wrong. I have sync by 2 to 3 seconds. Right, okay. Incoming new mic. Right, Yeti is back in the house. It is too hot for all this gear, to be fair. I mean, that I don't know what the temperature of that webcam there is, but I can just about keep my hand on it. We need an aircon GoFundMe. We need a portable aircon GoFundMe. I'm here in a t-shirt and shorts with my flip-flops on because it's so hot. But it's been hotter. It might be, there might be a bit of thunder about, to be fair, because it is hammering down out there now. It looks very murky and it's muggy as hell in here. So, is she gonna blow? Beam me up, Scotty. Beam me down. No, we got no aircon here, right? So is the audio any better? It's still going to be a little bit of a sync issue because I've not got this one synced up properly. Fat Tony! How are you doing, mate? Not seen you for ages, Tony. You okay, mate? It's close. It's not far off then, Joe. Good, excellent. It's better than the other one then. So we've got this camera. We've still got this camera. And we can do me picture in picture, but that's what we're down to. The NVMe in my laptop says it's 50 degrees C. Where do I find that information, Anthony? Because mine is... I can't hold my hand on my laptop. Whoa! That is way more... I can't hold my hand on that. I cannot hold my hand on the laptop. It's that hot. I can't show you the laptop because I've got no webcam to show you. You may have found the issue on the laptop. Really, I mean, there's nothing wrong with the laptop. It's just it does run really hot. I'll blow some air through it. Let's cool it down a bit. I just put the old freezer spray on it. I'm surprised it's still going. I thought I might have totally killed it. Right, okay, what were we doing? What were we doing before we were rudely interrupted by lack of cameras and all sorts of other things? We were looking for a transistor, weren't we? I mean, I think pretty much if it's what am I trying to say here? If it's an equivalent to an AC128, one of the ones they're recommending, I don't think would be too far wrong if we put AC128s in there. I'm just trying to see if I can see this thermistor in here. See that there is no thermistor in there. That's not a thermistor. There is no thermistor on that circuit for sure. That's what we're looking at. So I need to get you down on the bench, don't I? Sort yourself out, Graham. That's as close in as I can get you on that. So, Mr. Fat Tony, how are you, mate? Hope you're doing well. Good to see you back in the fold. Close all the tabs on my browser. Well, I've only... Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. I've got quite a few open. But we need all these. This is a damn Yahoo thing, I think. Right, we're still live, that's the main thing. Martin, how are you, mate? Still going strong? Yeah? We're winding down a bit now because I need to work out what the pinouts are on these, and I've just closed all them windows, which I shouldn't have done. Oh no. I wonder if they dropped into my downloads. No, they didn't. Well, normally if you click on them, comes into downloads, but let me see. But in this case it hasn't. Okay. Right, let's get back into here then. Is it print 2? No. Print 3? No. Bear with me. Print 4. See if I can find out which pin is which on this. Yeah, this is the one. This is the boy we need. So base collector. So base is the first one. So it looks like they've actually, the mark is on the base on these. Normally it's a collector, isn't it? It's got the mark on it. So according to Sam's, it's base and collector, and the emitter is the one over to the right. X16 base emitter. That can't be right. No, that's just not right. God. Right, that isn't right. What Sam's is saying there is not right, because there's a red dot on these. It's usually the red dot is usually the collector, isn't it? Or it could be the emitter. It's never the base. So you can see the little red dot on this leg and the little red dot on this leg. So I'm going to pop this one out, I think, and test it on the component tester. And I think I'm going to just do AC 128s in here. Let's just have a look what screen I'm on here. Yeah, I'm on the right screen. I could do some caps until I find some transistors. Usually the collector's market. What's that? Thanks for that, Sam Harvey. I think these are wrong. Well, they're marked wrong. See, that's annoying. I could just follow the schematic, couldn't I, really? That would be the right thing to do, but not the quickest thing to do. So the red dot is there at the front. God, it's a bloody alt. So I've got to redo all these pins as well because the pins are all sewed to the same tabs as the transistor. Oh, sorry to hear that, Tony. Bloody hell. Glad to hear that prognosis is good though, mate. But stick with us. We'll look after you, Tony. We'll look after you, mate. You can always watch. There's plenty to watch here. Not a lot of doing, but a lot of watching. Did I say the B word then? That's a bit naughty, wasn't it? Oh, got to be done every so often, hasn't it? So we know that that front pin there is whatever that red one is. So I'll try not to move these legs. I don't want to bend them out of all recognition. Okay, so let's stick that on the component tester then. See what it says. Well, it's a PNP. I need to find a pen. Not a pen, I've got loads of pens, loads of pencils, but nothing to write it down on. I need to sort myself out a pad. I've got loads at work, but I have to write it in my big book. Yeah, it's good of you to pop on and say hello, Tony. Always good to see you, mate. Right, so we've got, if I just draw the base, and I draw the pins, try not to bend them. And the red spot one is there. Do that again then. So the green is the collector, so that is the collector, that red spot. So that's a bit strange. The red one is probably the emitter, yeah. And that one's the base. That's an RS 5792. So it's a PNP germanium, HFE is 171, sorry 71. So I'm going to quick look at the other figures on here a minute. That's just the value. Voltage base to emitter 0.22. Leakage 0.3. Okay, PNP germanium HFE 73. So let's just, as an example, just try an AC128. So I've got these AC128s, and they've got a built-in heatsink on them, so we won't need this thing anymore. I know it's not really great if you're collecting a set and you want it absolutely as per new, but I don't think that set's really doing that. So if we've got an AC, the problem with these is you can't really see the pinout on them because we've got this big crimped heat shield on them, but you can see there's 3 legs and there's a little tag there. So I suspect that the tag, if it'll focus, can you see the little tag just there? That little tag is either going to be the collector or the emitter, but I suspect it's the collector. Let's hook this one up again. Not again, let's hook this one up for the first time, see what that one reads. HFE's a lot lower, look, 18. That's not brilliant. So, yeah, that is collector. Green base, and obviously must be the emitter. That does seem quite low for an HFE. But then if you look up the data sheet for AC128, you'll probably find that that is about the norm, but I have got some different ones in there. I want to reuse that funny heat shield, and I said heat shrink then. Shrink. So that's an HFE of 68, that one, so that's probably a bit better. And it is PNP, isn't it? That was PNP, wasn't it? Yeah. 69, 68, that's almost identical, so I reckon that'll go straight back in there, you know? That a one. So, if we were looking at that, oh, in that way, it's collector, base emitter. CBE. So if I was putting this one back in here, can you see my writing there? CBE. So this one, collector, is that one. Collector is that one. Base is the middle one, and emitter is that one. I wonder if that's a bit too high off the board though, whether that would foul anything. It's pretty high, isn't it? It's pretty high. Mike Atlantis, how you doing, mate? Yeah, it's a bit bigger, isn't it? I mean, that's probably as low as I can get it onto the board. Doesn't need that whopping great heat sink. I mean, it doesn't look like that'll cause a problem. I'm trying to think if there's anything. Oh, the battery goes in there, though, doesn't it? That battery holder goes in there. I bet that's going to be an issue. But we're saying that we've got the. Yeah. Pass. Because this battery holder sits across the bottom here somewhere. That's got to go in there. We've got this capacitor down here, so I think as long as I'm not bigger than that cat, yeah, that should be fine. That'll be fine. So I'm going to try it with a pair of AC 128s in it, I think, and see how we get on. Yeah, that's totally wrong, that diagram. Because that's definitely collector base emitter. Unless I'm cracking up, but which could well be. Could well be the case. So I'm going to do these two transistors, then we'll call it a day. Because poor Mrs. Cruncher. We've got darts to watch and we've got some Grand Prix to watch. It's all to watch tonight. Lots on the box for a change. Got to look after the boss, haven't we? The one who lets us do these things like this on a Sunday. We have got a bit of car boot action coming up soon, so there's going to be the odd Sunday where I'll either be on late or there won't be a stream, so I'll keep you informed as to that. Right, let's get the pin out on this one right as well. Dinner served, Sean. Very nice. Catch you later, mate. If that means you're off. So the red spot is there on that one. That's the red spot there. So I think that's collector. These resistors are very strange. Some of these resistors in here, are they resistors or are they inductors maybe? That's got an even better HFE, 131 that. So red is the collector, yeah. Blue is the base, green's the emitter, so yeah. It's a collector, base, emitter. Right, let's see if we can find one close to that 68, because it's better to have them matched, I believe. There's no adjustment on this amp at all that I can see. So it might be done further down. There's no quiescent current or anything like that on it, by the looks of it. I'm okay, Murat. How are you, mate? Just connect this one up, see if I've got anything similar to 68 from the other one. I've got my fingers on it, so that's going to bump it up a little bit. $203? Oh, we've got a dodgy lead on this thing again, have we? This is a bit random because these are all the same batch of transistors. You can see they're brand new, still in their original packing. $194. God, what's going on here? Try one from the other side. Oh, let's see, 128 something. Yeah. Didn't look to see what the HFE of that last one was actually. Did anyone see what the HFE was of that other one? The gain figure. $165. This is crazy. Let's try that one that was the really low HFE again. That's reading 184 now. I think there's maybe a dodgy wire on my thingy bobby here. So I'm just going to go with it. I'm just going to go for it. I think we've got maybe a dodgy wire in one of these. Collector. do that one. Well, that's the two output transistors done anyway. So all we've got to do is this driver one now. So I've spent a lot of time messing about with the dial cord, but then, you know, it's exciting stuff. You've got to see the dial cord situation. God, I love the gnome sanctuary, Tony. Is that what you're into, is it? You're a gnome fiend? Cheers, Brett. Catch you soon, mate. Hi, Murat. I thought that, Timothy, but then we did look at the board layout in relation to that, and they're not as high as one of the capacitors there that the battery tray goes onto, so I'm hoping that they're going to be okay, mate, but you may have jinxed it now. You may have jinxed it, Timothy. So I've got to blame somebody. So yeah, I'll show you what I mean on the board, look. If I zoom you in. So I've just rested that back on there, look, but you can see that they're not even flush with the board yet, but they're not as high as this cap here. This cap is higher, although the camera angle it's looking like it isn't, but it is. I've got some of these legs are out of shape now because of it, but yeah, it'll sit in there. And they are actually physically lower than this cap, and the battery tray sits on top of that cap, so I think we'll be okay. But it does mean that we won't need to use that silly bit of plastic. I'm sure with GE that was all they had at the time. Pizza, very nice, Martin. Gnome Sanctuary, I love a gnome. We're big on gnomes down in Devon here. I know, Timothy. Especially with something like a Sony Walkman. If you get something in the wrong place for that, you've had it. Some gazpacho for who's in the neighbourhood. Cat. That's pretty much it now. I'm going to go and keep this Cruncher company. I'm sure my dinner will be en route. And as I say, we've got the World Cup of Darts and the Grand Prix to watch tonight. So, plenty on the box tonight. So thanks everybody for all the super chats and the tips. And just for joining us today. I don't know if I got that. I might have that. You never know. So cheers all, and I will catch you next week, and we will continue this radio next week. So don't worry, Chris, it'll still live on. You'll still get to see it being done, mate. I just haven't got time in the week to do it. So Sundays is the new week. So cheers, Murat. Cheers, Ralph. Catch you all soon, people. Bye for now.